Hello, this is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of litigation. If doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session at approximately 6:30 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Hello, this is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021. The Select Board just came back from executive session and we are starting our open session. Announcements and updates. Does anybody have any announcements or updates? Bernard?
Yeah, I want to make a statement, a few comments about last week's discussion of the marathon being held on Indigenous Peoples Day. First, when we take the special permit up on August 31st, I hope that the question we have is not what the BAA can do for Brookline's Indigenous Peoples Day, but what we are doing. How can we use the marathon in support of our celebration? What we don't want the world to see is that, quote, Brookline threatened to block the marathon from coming through town, as was reported in the Globe. Secondly, last week, sorry to say this, but one of the proposed conditions for approving the special permit was that BAA tell us what form of reparations they will provide to improve the conditions of Indigenous people. Instead of demands that are fiery rhetoric but will not be met, we should be trying to use the influence of the Indigenous Peoples Day and the marathon confluence of those two events as an opportunity to advertise our events and give our message to millions of people worldwide. Third, in my opinion, there is no conflict with the BAA scheduling the marathon on one of the few available 3-day weekends on the calendar. The last Indigenous Peoples Day held in Brookline started at 1 p.m. at the Florida Ruffin Ridley School on October 14, 2019. A similar event this year would pose no conflict with the marathon. Both events can coexist and mutually benefit each other. Finally, at our next meeting on August 31st, I'd like Raul as our liaison to the Indigenous Peoples Day Committee to give us an update on the committee's plans and how they are being coordinated with the marathon, including communications as head of the marathon or BAA and any agreements reached. At that point, this board should approve the special permit that the BAA has applied for with any conditions we have negotiated without further delay. Thank you.
John?
Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much, Heather. I'm just going to take my hand down there. And as by coincidence, I also just want to say something about the marathon, but it's simply this, and I'm going to ask Devin if she would put up some figures that I shared with Devin. People may have heard of Team Brookline, and Team Brookline has been doing this for many years now. Team Brookline raises funds for Brookline nonprofit charitable type organizations and public service type organizations. And in 2019, the most recent year in which they were able to run a complete marathon, they raised, as you'll see there, $306,568 and distributed among the Brookline Center for Community Mental Health, Brookline Teen Center, the Brookline Education Foundation, the Brookline Library Foundation, the Brookline Symphony Orchestra. And then there was an amount of $45,000 that was shared, sort of just divided up among the other, all those organizations. And this is something that is one of the great features of every marathon year in and year out. And in fact, Team Brookline is in training right now. You know, the rest of us are enjoying our air conditioning or, you know, taking leisurely walks. You know, Team Brookline is out there in, you know, whatever the weather. Individuals who train and run a marathon and commit to raising thousands of dollars from their family networks, their friends, you name it, and all of it for very good causes. And without the marathon, we would lose the benefit of that fundraising for all of these local organizations. So mainly what I want to do is encourage people who might have donated in the past to Team Brookline or might not yet have donated this year, even though they were solicited at one time or another. Team Brookline is still out there. Team Brookline is still going to compete. Team Brookline is going to raise funds for all of these wonderful organizations in Brookline. And I've supported them in the past. And of course, I'm very proud to be supporting them again this year. I hope others in Brookline will do the same.
Any other announcements by select board members? I know Mel has an announcement. Raul.
Sure. Two things. One, the Racial Equity Grant Program. This is what we've been calling previously the Racial Equity Fund. And this is the joint collaboration between the town of Brookline and the Brookline Community Foundation. They are currently seeking applications and nominations for committee members. So nominations are due by Wednesday, August 18th. I encourage you to go to the Brookline Community Foundation website and actually look under Racial Equity Grant Program, and you'll see the call for applicants. And please, I encourage a wide variety of Brookline residents to apply for this. Okay. My second announcement was going to be about the marathon. I see other board members have lots to say about it. Although I will say not much to say about the impact on Indigenous people, but that's okay because I can talk about it. It's been a week since our meeting last week. I have yet to hear, although I am told I will soon hear from the Chief Operating Officer of the BAA, but to date, he or no one else from the BAA has reached out to have this conversation. And I'll just say this is pretty emblematic of where we've been as it relates to this issue with the BAA scheduling the marathon. An event that we all love, that I have cheered for, that my partner has ran, and I would love to cheer for again, but have scheduled this on a date, as I discussed last week, that conflicts with Indigenous Peoples Day. This is not me making an issue of this. Indigenous people have been trying to meet with the Boston Athletic Association, which is why when we see a statement from the BAA on Sunday, that they will continue to engage, coordinate, and work with any Indigenous peoples committees along the Boston Marathon route. That word continue seems to indicate that there has been engagement. And I know they haven't engaged with our committee. Folks in Newton tell me they haven't engaged with them. We received an email from the Sagamore of the Massachusetts tribe saying, I would love to have a conversation with the BAA about a land acknowledgement and possibly other issues. Tells me they have not done that engagement. And so this is not on Brookline. This is not sort of the Indigenous people in and around Brookline or their allies and advocates in and around Brookline trying to stop the marathon. This is about having a dialogue about what it means. When we talk about reparations, the key there is to repair, to acknowledge that harm has been done, that a community of people who have traditionally been just ran right over historically and even more recently, have not had an opportunity to talk with this group that says, we're choosing a date and whatever implications it has for your community, figure it out. Folks in Newton last night, by the way, just had a meeting where they were just trying to hold an event somewhere else because they were displaced by the marathon for Indigenous Peoples Day. And the vitriol that they got from some of their own neighbors about having that event because they were so offended that it could happen on what they call Columbus Day, and only were able to get a 4-2 vote. Thankfully, it passed. But even 2 members of their Recreation Commission voted against them having a celebration of Indigenous people. This is what folks are dealing with. The folks at the BAA need to take this seriously. And no one on this board should be saying what anyone else on this board will do. My vote is dependent on them taking this issue seriously and making meaningful reparations, and I'll stand by that.
Any other announcements? Mel, I know you had an announcement.
I have 2 brief announcements, Madam Chair. Related to COVID, the town continues to see an uptick in cases. This was a situation where the town only had 2 cases early in July. We've seen it go to the 20s, and now this most recent week we have 39 cases. Those numbers still aren't, where they were some time ago, but yet they are still concerning. I was advised that there were some Provincetown cases that are for people from Brookline. So it still is a concern. I tend to agree with Dr. Jett's prior statements that, decisions around closures and public mask wearing are ones that we really are best served to do on a regional or statewide basis. And so we're still waiting for state direction on that. But as an entity that owns buildings, and we can take some action on ourselves. And in fact, I am proposing, and we're implementing some recommended or actually required face coverings for people who enter into the town office buildings beginning next Monday. The Board of Library Trustees and the Library Director have already made that decision for the library facility, and face coverings are required in that location. And we will follow suit beginning next Monday with folks entering into other town office buildings. I wanted to advise you about that. The second is to just report on some department head transitions. I know I spoke with you privately about them, but I can publicly announce, in addition to Jocelyn Murphy, Town Council, who retired last month, I have received the notice of resignation of Finance Director Gina Franconi, who will be resigning shortly to pursue a family obligation. And I was also informed recently that our Planning and Community Development Director, Allison Steinfeld, will be retiring in the near future. And so I am working through not only the transitional leadership that's required in those departments, but also to begin the process to permanently replace those essential department head positions. I do want to publicly thank Jocelyn, Gina, and Allison for their dedicated service to the town, and wish them well in their future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you for that update. You know, Allison got us to 10%. Any other announcements? Okay, I believe there are 2 people signed up for public comment, so I'll turn it over to you, Raul.
Thank you, Heather. And thank you all for joining us for public comment. This is, of course, an opportunity to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking tonight is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining, and when your time is up, please conclude your remarks at that time. If you have any more to say, you're welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, who's first on our list?
The first person signed up for public comment is Arthur Conquest.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Do I press the join as panelists or stay as attendee?
You should have pressed join as panelists, but I allowed your talking, so you can just begin your comment right now if you're comfortable. If you'd like to share your video, then you will need to accept the panelist invitation.
I don't have a, no, that's okay. You can just hear my voices. That's more important.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Arthur Wellington Conquest III, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 6. The town of Brookline's appeal in Black firefighter Gerald Alston's racial discrimination case was rejected by the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court on the 27th of April, 2021. The specific individual defendants representing the town named in the case were members of the Select Board, Nancy Heller, Neil Wyshynski, Benjamin Franco, Nancy Daly, and Bernard Green. With the lone exception of Mr. Green, who was re-elected to the Select Board, May just passed, all of the aforementioned individuals are no longer members of the board. Mr. Wyshynski presently is a member of the advisory board. Mr. Green, at some point following his second place finish in the spring town-wide election, however, was reappointed as chair of the town's Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Community Celebration Committee. The appointment is total hypocrisy, blatantly insulting blasphemy to Dr. King's legacy and what he stood for. How can the Select Board appoint Mr. Green chair of anything related to Dr. King when he has been convicted of racial discrimination by the highest court in this state?
This is wading into personal attack.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll try not to. Okay, It's not, this is what I think is related to racism in this town. Okay, it has nothing to do with me personally attacking Mr. Green. It's what this town should be standing for. We cannot have the continuation of racism in the town of Brookline. No justification for it whatsoever. It has nothing to do with a personal attack against Mr. Green. This is about this town. It's about the board. And what you need to do to see us and treat us like human beings. That's what the Gerald Alston case was all about.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll come back next week. Sorry, okay? I'll give it my time and start all over again next week.
I'm sorry that I interrupted you, Arthur.
Arthur, we are not going to be meeting again until August 31st as a board. So if you can maybe take another just 60 seconds and complete your remarks today, I think that would be for the best, and just, you know, with the guidance that you got from the chair.
Well, I can just say that with all that Dr. King has done or did, okay, to address the issue of racism, we cannot have people who have been convicted, and if that's not the right word, I'm sorry, but have been involved in racial discrimination cases in this town. We cannot have them sitting as chairs, okay, of committees of someone who devoted their life to addressing racism. This is just not right. And I should have the right, okay, to address that. I'll come back in a month.
Thank you, Mr. Conquest.
And if it means that I have to submit a warrant article, then so be it. This is front and center. This is real serious issues. These are real serious issues. And we should not tolerate it. You don't live in the same world that we live in.
The next person signed up for public comment is Regina Frawley. Regina, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. As you know, I'm town meeting member from precinct 16, but I'm also a constable. As you probably have read in the paper or heard in the news, that the feds have decided not to protect evictions, the COVID evictions that were allowed to be put aside in order to deal with the COVID crisis. I'm wondering, where I see that you're going to be voting a substantial amount tonight for new housing, I wonder what discussions, plans, or thoughts you have about taking care of the people who might be displaced. I'm not even sure we know who they are, but there has to be people who will be unable to pay their rent. And I think it's a very important discussion for the select people, and obviously of no benefit to me, because as a constable, I could be earning money serving those evictions. I never want to have to do that. Thank you.
Evan, do I have anyone else signed up for public comment?
Yes, the next person signed up for public comment is Jim Franco. I believe he should, I think this is him in the attendee list.
And while you do that, I should just say, I'd like for us to get an answer to Ms. Frawley when we can as well. So I think we need to maybe just talk briefly about what that looks like to get a response to her. Jim Franco?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm Jim Franco, town meeting member, precinct 1, speaking for myself. At last week's select board meeting, the BAA came before you to request a special permit so the delayed version of the 2021 Boston Marathon could come through Brookline. It was a simple, straightforward request, and the board decided to divert defer their vote. I sent the board members an email with thoughts on this topic, which I hope you've all received. Postponing action was disappointing to me, both as respects the result as well as the way you decided to take action. The board somehow made a routine approval complicated in a way that makes some folks wonder what is going on. The BAA had a problem with post-pandemic planning of the 125th edition of the Boston Marathon. The date chosen as a holiday, Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples' Day in October. And that day is the logical choice for an event as big as the marathon. The towns involved, police, runners, who come from all over, and spectators all enjoy that day. The date this year is a one-time date. My objections to the select board process include, first, the BAA had already been meeting with town departments, yet the select board undercut staff by trying to renegotiate terms in public session. Two, it looked very much like extortion by some on the board to require reparations of some sort, again in public session, and really with not much in the way of concrete proposals or a well thought out reason for the demand. Third, I thought there should have been either an extended discussion by the board or a request that the board give staff direction to come back with options. Fourth, the chair suggesting that one or more board members negotiate with BAA seemed a very odd direction, in that the members were not given any direction or had not given any direction about what to talk about with the BAA. I would just add that the Marathon Day brings people together from the neighborhood, from all the neighborhoods. At the end of my street, I live on Amory Street. You see people come out of the woodwork usually in April, and you don't see them again until the next year. So it's a community building event for our town, as well as an international event. Thank you very much.
I see John Van Scoyak's hand raised.
Yes, and I wouldn't do it other than for this important purpose. I think it's important. There is late breaking news on this eviction question. The ban, we're told, will be extended for another 60 days. It's a Biden administration decision. And that's what I'm seeing reported right now in various places. So, you know, people can lose a lot of sleep thinking that they're going to be evicted tomorrow. But the news is that the Biden administration is going to extend it for at least another 60 days.
The next person signed up for public comment is Naomi Schweitzer. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening, everyone. Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. And I was actually just going to share what John shared, and I just posted the link to the CDC announcement in the chat. There are some nuances to it, including that the communities covered need to be having a COVID surge, and that needs to be documented. So it's important that Brookline, through our public health department, can document that, so the residents in our town who may be going through eviction fall under that protection. So I'm sure there'll be more information coming in the next few days. But I agree with Regina Frawley that even with these protections, people are still falling through the cracks, even with all of the coronavirus relief fund, the primary source of which here for Brookline residents is through Metro Boston Housing for rent relief. It is a very difficult process to get through, and many applications don't get completed for assistance for back rent and et cetera. So I think it is imperative for the town to also just keep our eye on what we also can be doing so that nobody falls through the cracks. Thank you.
At this time, there are 20 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Back to you, Heather.
Thank you. So it is 7:16. We had a public hearing scheduled for Mission at 7 o'clock. So there are two ways we could handle this. We could skip straight to the mission public hearing, or I can try to get us quickly through what we had on our agenda prior to that. What do other board members think? Bernard, you're muted.
Yeah, why don't we let the pedestrian friendly lighting committee people do their report? I don't want to hold them up, and I don't think the report's going to be very long. And we can put off the police chief recruitment process for later. I just don't want to, hurt the people who are coming with this report, which is an important report.
John, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I have a slightly different take on this. I would like to see us, get to the hearing because that, has a designated slot on the agenda and is a public hearing. And frankly, I don't think we're going to take too long getting through that public hearing. And then, we can move quickly to the next items in order. I just want to say the pedestrian friendly lighting might surprise us by there's a lot of issues there, and it might turn out to be a somewhat longer report than was characterized.
They originally asked for about 20 minutes. I had to negotiate them down to 7. So, Miriam.
I concur with Don, actually.
Okay, so this is, I think what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the miscellaneous, not the miscellaneous, I'm sorry, missions public hearing. And then we will resume our normal course, and I will try to get to the pedestrian friendly lights discussion as soon as we can. So I see Jennifer here. Would you like to have the floor?
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Jennifer DePazzo Gilbert, and I represent Mission. And with me this evening, and I believe will be promoted at any moment, is Derek Stewart, the Vice President for Retail Operations, Carlo Luckner, who's the General Manager at the store on Commonwealth Avenue, Keandre Woody, the Assistant General Manager, Andrew Borges, Project Manager, and Gabe Mendoza, the Retail Operations Executive Vice President. So thank you very much. You should have before you, and I believe it went out in your packets, Monique Baldwin's memo stating that the opening plan had been reviewed and approved by all the necessary departments. You also have the opening plan that has been reviewed extensively with Lieutenant Cullinane. And you also have the diversity report, which should be fresh in the board's mind since Mission was just more recently licensed, and the board held their feet to the fire on the diversity plan, and significant improvements were made to that. And they also brought in a consultant, Tito Jackson, to assist them with that. And Dr. Gelino has those reports that were submitted back in June as part of the license requirement. So I know the board has a lot on the docket. I just wanted to turn it over very briefly to Derek Stewart to go over big picture. One thing I will note that the plan to open was what's called a soft opening on a Saturday, so as not to conflict with peak hour traffic and so forth. The plan was to open on Saturday, August 7th, if everything goes well this evening. However, because the Cannabis Control Commission is so busy, there have been over 24 new stores open in the greater Boston area. And so the CCC is coming out to give the final inspection and we hope commence operations this week, actually Thursday. And then there's a 3-day hold from the moment they get the commence operations, assuming they get that, and we don't foresee any problem. So it's actually been moved to Saturday the 14th, if all goes well. So just wanted to note that, and Lieutenant Cullinane is aware of that, and so is Monique. But Derek wants to say a few words, and then you've got a lot of people here to answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Jennifer. first off, wanted to start with some thank yous to not just the select board and the members thereof, but also Monique Baldwin, Lieutenant Paul Cullinan, Dr. Lloyd Gelano, as well as Cecilia Nardi over at the Boston University and their police department, as well as the CCC. This has been a process and an exciting one at that, and we are thrilled to be here tonight. At this point, we're rounding the corner. As Jennifer had alluded to, we are anticipating now at this point our opening day to fall on Saturday, August 14th, as she had said originally was going to be the 7th, but due to circumstances with CCC, we're looking at the 14th now, so extremely exciting. And just wanted to start off with a brief overview of our community meeting that we had hosted via Zoom on July 22nd at 6 p.m. We had mailed out notice to abutters as well as members of the town meeting. And we posted that notice on our website, missiondispensaries.com, to let visitors to our site know of the event that was going on. We did have a range of between 18 and 22 participants during the meeting. We had fielded questions that included parking and queuing, the general opening day concerns. And thank you to Lieutenant Paul Cullinan for helping us out with coordinating the efforts with some police details over the next several weekends after we do open. And at the end of our community meeting, we did post our email address at the end for anyone who had last minute questions to push those through to us so we could get them an answer right quick. In addition to that, we had submitted our opening day plan and phase 4 plan to Monique and Lieutenant Paul Cullinan to let them know what we were planning for the big day. And we did get notice from them that they had that approved by town staff, and therefore we are here tonight in front of the select board to discuss such approvals. So looking forward to that, and a couple Saturdays from now, we will have our doors open, you know, if all things go well, and I am sure that they will. We had also discussed our diversity and inclusion report, which we had shot over to Monique and Dr. Lloyd Gelano for them to review. And I'm very, very excited to announce that since we had started our hiring efforts a short couple months ago, after getting in front of the select board a second time, members of the board had challenged us during our first hearing to bump up our goals towards hiring a diverse and inclusive workforce. And I'm pleased to announce that we have done a pretty good job at achieving some of those goals. And currently 67% of our management team falls under the BIPOC identification. We've also nearly hit 50% of our staff associates falling under the BIPOC designation. And we have also nearly hit 50% female women in our team. So those 3 points are something that we are very proud to come to you tonight with. And we think that this is just the start of what is surely going to be a very inclusive and diverse industry, as it should be. And in addition to that, we've also entered into a contract with minority-owned business Eagle Eyes Transport. And we've been working with them over the last month or so to schedule our cash courier and transport efforts. We're also looking into the future possibilities with Eagle Eyes, and Raphael Richter, who is a part owner of the company, and they do more than just cash, and they do transport. And of course, we have our locations over in Georgetown and Worcester that we are exploring the possibility of getting them into our other 2 locations as well. As Jennifer had noted, also, we, after attending the second hearing with the select board for our establishment license, we have engaged with Tito Jackson for a period of 1 year. And he has helped us throughout this process and has given us great advice on how to move forward with getting our doors open to really have our customers come in to what is reflective of the communities in which they live. So it's been wonderful to get here and finally, you know, right around the corner. But that's really all that I have for right now. I know that the board has plenty to work on tonight, so I just wanted to give that high level overview. And again, thank you to everybody who's been with us along the way.
Great, thank you very much. So I'm going to officially open the public hearing. Just have to say that out loud. And I will give first opportunity to select board members to ask questions. Reminder, this is about their opening plan. And then we will move to members of the public who may wish to speak. Any member on the board have a question? Bernard.
Yes. So I think this is related to your opening plan, which includes the diversity plan. And I think you've shown, responsiveness to, our concerns, and your plan looks pretty good for me. Let me nitpick it though. One of the problems we've always had is how we characterize the people we're talking about. Minority, for example, includes women, includes a number of other groups. BIPOC, a word that seems to come out of the universities, is also an ambiguous term. So I'd like to actually know how many Black and Hispanic workers you're talking about in those categories. Let's not be ambiguous or use terms that can be used to sort of cover over things, but let's be very clear and straightforward about it. You don't have to give it now, but I would like to see those numbers at some point.
Did I see a hand by Monique?
Yeah, I just wanted to, Black or African American, Native American, Asian, white, those are, I think they're, those are the types of race categories. So not specifically Latinos or Black people. I just want to, acknowledge that, the Asians and the Native Americans. So just saying.
Right, but the concern or the concerns that the legislature had with respect to legalizing cannabis was to compensate for the impact of illegal cannabis had on Black and Hispanic communities specifically. Sure, all other communities should be considered here, but it was Black and Hispanic communities that were the real concern of the legislature and of everyone. So, when people come with numbers about their hiring of people and putting them in using a category called BIPOC, it sort of covers up, it doesn't tell me what I need to know and what you're really expected to tell us in terms of how you're having an impact on addressing the issues that occurred during the time that cannabis was illegal. So,
thank you, Bernard. I think that what we'll do is absolutely take that to heart, and when we come before you again during the license renewals, and we'll work with Dr. Gelano to have more specifics for you.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions? Otherwise, I might ask Devin if anyone is signed up to speak from the public.
At this time, there are 13 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
I don't know whether or not that is an indication of your community meeting. I remember a time where we would have 40 some odd people signed up to speak. So I really appreciate that is not happening here. I do look forward to that supplemental information when the license renewal is before us again. Any other follow-up questions from select board members? Raul.
Thanks, Heather. Yeah, I would just want to say, just thank you for taking the concerns of the board seriously and really incorporating it not just into your plan, but actually in reality. I think you also got that it matters as well as who's on your staff, who's in your management team, and those numbers are, and these are numbers just to start, of course. I think are impressive, and so keep it up on that front, and I hope that you'll see us and that other businesses in Brookline will see the town as partners in this. And I think we've got something, the incorporation of not just Monique's work, but also Dr. Gelano as part of this as well in this, I think is right and appropriate. And I think a good move by Brookline. And I'm glad that that you all have taken our concerns to heart and taken them so seriously. So thank you for that, and look forward to supporting you. Of course, it's our job to stay on top of community concerns, and the thing that we'd like to see businesses in Brookline do is be responsive. And so one of the things that we hate to see is get into an email that says, well, I tried reaching out to these folks and they're not listening, they're not responding. We get those sometimes. So the more responsive you can be to community concerns and proactive in addressing them, the better I think our relationship is going to be as a board with you all. So just something to think about.
Miriam.
And I just want to say that along with Monique, I'm the select board representative for the Cannabis Mitigation Committee. And I haven't said much, but yeah, answer emails. No, I have to say, what I see is pride that you have really stepped up and in your own way have taken this on very genuinely and authentically, and I appreciate that. And so I look forward to a continuing positive relationship with the town. So thank you. And that said, I do think Bernard has a really good point with wanting to see the breakdown of the numbers. So.
Excellent. So I will close the public hearing. Are there any other comments before I move approval of the language? Seeing none, I will move the following language. I move approval of the Phase 4 and opening plan for Mission Incorporated. Is that sufficient language, Jennifer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Was there a comment by anyone? No? Okay. So that's the language being moved. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, back to our regularly scheduled program. Let me go back to miscellaneous. Whew. Okay. Okay, miscellaneous, no meeting minutes. So question of approving a temporary all alcohol beverages non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum to be held on Thursday, August 12th, 2021 for corporate summer party from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. Also moving approval of a temporary wine and malt beverages non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum to be held on Thursday, August 26th, 2021 for trustees picnic from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. also at 15 Newton Street. Approving the authorization to hire request for a clinical social worker in the Council on Aging Department. Also the approval of the authorization to hire request for an administrative assistant in the office of the town clerk. And finally, approving the authorization to hire request for a principal office assistant in the assessor's division of the finance department. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
Raul?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And now I believe we get to the pedestrian friendly lighting committee report, and I see David Trevette.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and board members. I'm David Trevette, resident of 177 Babcock Street. Thanks for the opportunity to present the work of the Pedestrian Friendly Lighting Committee. I'm not actually the chair of the committee. I'm just somebody who's trying to help out, as I'll explain. This committee owes its very existence to the work of one person, Frank Caro. Frank advocated for years for improved lighting for pedestrians. He organized a crew of volunteers from the Brookline Community Aging Network to walk the streets after dark and report dark sidewalks. I participated in some of those evening checks, but those efforts were not solving the core problem. So in 2019, Frank submitted to town meeting warrant article number 22, which was passed unanimously. That warrant article led to the creation of the Select Board's Pedestrian Friendly Lighting Committee, which Frank chaired. Unfortunately, Frank passed away before the work of the committee was finished. I had worked with Frank for a number of years on pedestrian matters and did not want to see these lighting efforts left unfinished. But I was not a member of the lighting committee and had not attended any of its meetings. In February, I contacted Bernard Green, Select Board Chair at the time, and offered to do whatever I could to help complete the report and have it submitted. He gave me the go-ahead to do that. Two of the members of the committee, Jesse Hefter and Jennifer Pijak, were still available and willing to work with me on it. Over the past 4 to 5 months, the three of us have worked together to complete the report. I took over Frank's role of primary report writer and organizer, plus taking photos to illustrate the situation, while Jesse and Jennifer added editing and lots of content, with Jennifer supplying professional lighting design expertise. We delivered the report on July 23rd. So what are the main issues? Issue number one, Brookline in general does not provide good street lighting for pedestrians. Walk around Brookline outside of a few commercial areas at night and look at the street lights. The dominant style is what Frank called highway lighting. Bright lights high above the streets on tall poles that are spaced widely apart. Bright enough to cause glare, spaced so far apart that there are dark sections in between, tall enough that leaves and even tree trunks cast dark shadows across the sidewalks, sometimes at the very spots where the sidewalks are heaved from tree roots. Pedestrian-friendly lighting typically requires many more poles, spaced closer together, with lower level illumination mounted on shorter poles and aimed directly at the sidewalks, and located on both sides of the street, not just over the roadway or in the median. Issue number two, Brookline seems to provide no regular funding for improving lighting for pedestrians. Issue number three, even though Brookline's Complete Streets policy states explicitly that sidewalks and crosswalks should be adequately lit, Complete Streets projects in Brookline essentially never seem to include consideration of improved lighting for sidewalks. So even when state and federal street improvement funds are available for major projects, they don't seem to be used to provide good pedestrian lighting. Why do we think these concerns are urgent now? Because there are multiple major planning efforts taking place in Brookline right now. And at least at the beginning, I didn't hear much about pedestrian lighting being included in these planning processes. I've spoken up to raise these issues in public meetings with the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee, the Beacon Street Bottle Press stakeholder meetings, and the disparity working groups discussions on transportation. I also emailed comments to DPW leadership, urging them to expand the scope of their major transportation mobility planning efforts to include ped-friendly lighting. Just a week ago, you approved a contract for a major redesign of Washington Street. We want to be sure that well-designed sidewalk lighting is included. It needs to recognize that there are different sections along Washington Street with different needs: commercial, medical, single-family residences, apartment buildings. The needs of sidewalks past those different areas are not all the same. It's not one size fits all. If we do not include well-designed pedestrian lighting in these projects, we will have missed what amounts to once-in-a-generation opportunities. What is needed to address this situation? Number one is policy. Brookline's Complete Streets policy must be explicitly understood to include pedestrian-friendly lighting. The town should commit to a long-term goal of providing pedestrian-friendly lighting in all the major areas cited in the report. Number two is translating that policy into action, which means that every street reconstruction project from now on must consider pedestrian-friendly lighting to be in scope. Number three is consistent use of professional lighting designers with expertise and verifiable experience in exterior lighting design for pedestrians. The report describes how to use such professionals, both involving them from the very beginning of every major project and engaging such professionals to develop a master lighting plan for the town. 4, long-term stewardship. Improvements are going to take decades, not just months or years. So both the commitments and the program need to be established in a way that makes steady progress for many years to come. Number 5, not surprisingly, is funding. And because this is complex, I'll say more about it. Simply stated, standalone implementations of pedestrian-friendly lighting are expensive. Based on a couple of recent projects in Brookline, it appears that the fully loaded costs, including design, consulting, police details, can reach $19,000 to $27,000 per pole. Pearl Street involved the installation of 32 poles. Gateway East installed 55 poles. Do the math, it adds up to a lot of money. That's why the report recommends a multi-pronged approach to funding. Establish a modest line item in the annual DPW capital improvement plan targeted specifically for pedestrian-friendly lighting. The report suggests $200,000 per year. More importantly, take advantage of every large roadway project that can attract outside funding and that can be used in part to improve sidewalk lighting for pedestrians. Look for every opportunity to leverage such projects. In addition, whenever there's a major building project, building construction project, negotiate with the developers to improve nearby sidewalk lighting for pedestrians. ZBA has a role to play here. Finally, look for opportunities in town where some of the infrastructure may already be in place, which could lower the cost significantly. The report identifies a key opportunity along Beacon Street. There's a lot more information and suggestions in the report itself, including the appendices. If you haven't read it already, I hope you will find time to do so. As Frank Caro wrote, commercial areas thrive on the presence of pedestrians. Let's help our town thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from select board members? Miriam and then John, I think you were, okay. So Miriam first, then John.
Thank you for that. As somebody who lives in a residential area with very poor pedestrian street lighting, I appreciate a lot of what the report talked about. My question is, is there a cost reduction? I mean, you talked about the cost for a single pole, but is there a cost reduction if poles are being put up as a part of a larger project because there's already police detail, because there's already work being done, or that's generally the cost of each pole regardless?
No, absolutely, you're correct. In fact, that's one of the reasons we recommend leveraging these major projects. For example, if you have to install concrete under the sidewalks, if the sidewalks are already being dug up for other reasons, then that cost has already been included in the cost. So same for the police details, same for some of the design work, and some of the procurement probably. So absolutely, yes, it makes sense to try to build on larger projects to get some of this done.
John?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the late, great Frank Caro would be thrilled to see how David and Jennifer and Jesse and others have carried on the work that he started. This is, if people didn't sort of realize it from the presentation by David, they will realize it by reading the report. This is a really good report, really to the point, with solid recommendations, and sort of says everything we need to know about this issue, but doesn't sort of waste our time on things that we don't need to know about this issue. And the recommendations kind of point the way towards how we can improve the amount of pedestrian-friendly lighting in Brookline. And I'm just going to put in a plug for Age-Friendly Brookline, which is a television show that is taped by Matt Weiss. Miriam's been on it recently. I am on the one that is being presented currently. And one of the issues that I discussed with Matt, just in passing, is pedestrian-friendly lighting as just one example of how Brookline can be a more age-friendly city. But it's a very important example, and it will be a reminder every time people enjoy a sidewalk or walking a block in Brookline that has good pedestrian lighting and enables older adults in particular to go out at night, to be less isolated, to do errands after dark. It will remind them of both Frank Caro and the importance of always keeping in mind what being an age-friendly city or town is all about. And pedestrian-friendly lighting is a very important part of that.
Miriam. Oh, and then
Sorry,
Raul.
do you want to go, Raul, or I have one more question. I'm sorry. So one of the recommendations was that we hire a lighting design firm, and you actually in the footnotes you give some firms that worked with some other towns, but I'm just curious because I didn't see it in the report. Do you have any idea, general ballpark, what the cost would be for something like that?
I don't know that. I would ask Jennifer if she has any knowledge. She's the person with professional lighting experience.
So I think it's going to range. You're going to have to define the scope first to be able to tell, to be able to get some pricing to put it out there.
I mean, are we talking 10K or are we talking 100K? Like,
no, 10K or less. I mean, I think you should just see what you can get for the minimum, set a scope and see if people pay and go for it.
Thank you.
The other thing I did want to say is that the lighting fixtures, that some of the fixtures that we are using currently in town are extremely expensive because of the cast iron poles. And there are some really good modern solutions out there that the town has not been investigating that your money would go a lot further.
Yeah, Jesse here.
Oh, sorry.
Heather, Madam Chairman, I was just going to add to answer Miriam's question as well, is that we should be able to leverage standards to help guide us. So looking at like best lighting designs in other high-tech cities, for example, that are doing this, working with the state and across, other key cities in the country that are doing a lot in this area should help us not cut costs, but learn so that we present standards to the town that when accepted and become sort of our guideposts, should be able to help any lighting design help us even quicker and in a more efficient manner. There's so much going on, that I've learned from Jennifer in the area of high-tech lighting. And, as we know, with many, many things, the costs just keep going down because of production costs. And if we can embody those standards and commit to us, like as John was saying, a standard protocol for embedding pedestrian safe street lighting for everyone in Brookline, hopefully over time that becomes a cheaper process because we know what we're doing.
Raul.
Sure. One thing on cost, and then another item. This is one of the things I'm wondering is if there's any sort of savings for us, maybe not in the short term, but over time as we sort of replace, maybe older technologies with newer ones and lighting that maybe is more efficient. And so just even as you said, cast iron poles, I'm wondering if there's another community that would have use for them, that we could unload those poles at a good price as we replace them. But just so anyway, just some thoughts on that. And then the other thing that I was thinking about was I think we're going to talk about it briefly tonight, but the Colonel Floyd project, and that is a senior housing community, and whether or not we can, this is not for you all, but thinking as a board and when we speak with Roger Blood later and the director Michael Alpern from the BHA, whether or not there's a possibility that we could pilot something like this in this senior community, which is being redeveloped anyway. And so just a thought there. I also know we have a Center Street, the Center Street development that is in various stages of development, and maybe that's something that we can think about there too, that they may be interested in a presentation like this and thinking about how that might fit within their development plan. So just some thoughts. Thank you for this.
Bernard.
Yeah, I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't spend this time to thank you for the work you did to help bring Frank Caro's vision to reality. He would be very happy with the work of the committee and the report. And hopefully he would also be happy with the follow-up of the town to the recommendations and suggestions that you've made. But Frank Carroll, this was one of many, many things that Frank was interested in and really pushed the town to make improvements that would be beneficial to not just the senior population, but other populations who, are many times overlooked when we do capital improvements or road improvements or whatever. So thank you for that.
Great. I think we do need to move on. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now next is a police chief recruitment process update by the town administrator.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again. What I had previously talked about the police chief recruitment process, but I want to talk a little bit about it more this evening because I really would like to get the board's understanding and buy-in on this process. So first of all, we are still in the early stages, and my current focus is to hire a consultant. And I'll talk to you a little bit about the scope of work for this proposed consultant. But so why don't I start there? It's my intent to retain a nationally based consultant and one that has a voice in the ongoing discussion in our country about policing and race in particular. I think that this is something we can't divorce ourselves from. And quite frankly, the potential pool of candidates could be from outside of our region. And so I think it's important to get a consultant with a national type of footprint. And there are them out there. I think the other thing I would like to just talk about is the scope of work for this consultant. We have used consultants in the past for certain department head positions, and I think this one is critical to use a consultant. First of all, and most importantly, this consultant will be engaging itself with the community. It would be impossible for us to go forward with the hiring process without understanding what the community is looking for in its police chief. And I think, we've learned a lot, obviously, over the last year or so with our two police reform and reimagining committees ongoing. But I think we need to, reach out, and the consultants would be doing that. In particular, he would be wanting to meet with you all collectively as well as individually, given your role as on the chief elected board of the town and as designated police commissioners for the town. So I am certainly willing to listen, and if you wanted to provide some of your preliminary input tonight, that's fine. But I want to assure you that the police chief consulting company that we hire will be working on that extensively. The other thing that the consultant would do would be to market and recruit the position. You just don't get applicants without looking for them, especially in this environment and in this position. So that's another reason for, as I said, for the nationally based consultant. We need them to identify proactively candidates both within and outside of our department to apply. We need them to evaluate candidates for my consideration and my evaluation panel, and then to assist myself and the human resources director in just the process, especially when it gets to detailed background investigations and other type of activity. So definitely want to get some feedback from the board on that goal, but I also want to go over the process a bit more and make sure you fully understand. So we operate under the Town Administrator Act. If there is a charter in our town, that's it. It's only one page, but it's got a lot in there. And it explicitly vests in the authority in the town administrator to do this process and to recommend to the select board a candidate for appointment. And it allows the town administrator to provide a single candidate for appointment. It allows it, but does not require it. The other part is, so I take that responsibility very seriously. I think you know that. But I also understand that I don't speak for the community altogether, and I need some input and some advice. And so almost exclusively, I convene a evaluation panel, 5 to 7 members of the community, always includes a member of the select board that I can bounce things off of. I want them to actually interview candidates with me, at least in the preliminary stage, and be available to provide input to me. And I think many of you have served on these panels, so you know what it's all about. So I guess with that, I'm interested in input and confirmation or any questions you have about the process, the role of the select board. I will say one more thing about the evaluation panel. So it's not a public committee. I know there was questions about that. The reason it's not a public committee, there's a technical reason, and that is because they're advising me. And since I'm not subject as one official to the open meeting law, they do not have to be that. But the other reason is because we're talking about candidates, individual candidates, interviewing certain candidates. And at least in the preliminary stage of this process, candidates are submitting their application with the expectation of confidentiality. And so if this panel was a open meeting law, we'd be constantly going into executive session, and I don't think it's necessary. However, I do appreciate that some, especially with this position, want to know more what's going on and get more ongoing feedback. And I would expect that I would do that at the weekly select board meetings, along with the select board member who is designated to serve on the panel. With that, I'll take questions and input from the board.
I'll just say 2 things. One, we actually had a search not all that long ago for a chief of police that Bernard assisted with. Mel, you conducted that process. What were things that you learned that you want to maybe try to avoid this time, or things that you learned that you definitely want to incorporate this time around? And then I'll open it up to other
Sure.
conversations.
Well, I think it was a very comprehensive process. And even at that time, it was hard to attract candidates. But we did get, I thought, a reasonably good pool and a diverse pool. So I wouldn't say that necessarily there was anything different that I would do with this. I would certainly keep the board and the community a little bit more informed as we go forward. Definitely want to get more input on the front side of this, especially with all that's gone on in our world and in Brookline. I would spend more time on that process of getting community input. You always like to sort of go time, push yourself forward in time and see how candidates might react to certain situations. And there's only so much you can do that, quite honestly, in a process. But we would try hard to evaluate some of these potential scenarios and how a chief would react.
Bernard.
Yeah, I think that there's really no comparison between this time and last time. The world has changed, and the universe of candidates that we can choose from is significantly different. Although, I'm sure that many of the candidates, or some of the candidates that we looked at last time, may show up again, and we should have a second look at them. But the thing that I think we should take from what Mel just said is that this is not just a process whereby candidates come through and do their little song and dance to convince us to hire them. We, as a town, have a huge job of marketing ourselves to the candidate pool. Otherwise, our choices would be limited, and the final choice that we select could be problematic. So, marketing Brookline to the world of potential candidates is something that we need to think about and figure out how to do well and do it.
Any other, Miriam?
So I think that statement that Bernard just made is a really accurate one. And I think that having a really clear idea of what it is we as a town want in this for this role will help us make sure we're actually, we are marketing the town accurately to the kind of person we want to come and sit in this role and frankly make change. I think that at least for me, and I can only speak for me, but certainly, the people who voted for me, one of the things that I talked about was in fact some level of reform that needs to happen, or reimagining, however you want to frame it. I think that whoever we bring in needs to be innovative, needs to have this understanding that the status quo is no longer what we're looking for. And I think we talk, the term that I think is fair to use here, there needs to be culture change here. And that is a top-down, bottom-up process. But the top-down part is really important. And so I agree with Bernard, we need to make it clear that the town is looking for somebody who's interested in innovation in policing.
John.
Yes, thank you very much. And Mel, good. I mean this in all sincerity. Good luck to you and to the evaluation panel, because this is not going to be easy. And I just hope people watching this realize that we're looking for a new police chief at the same time that we're going to be looking for a new head of our planning department, at the same time that we're going to be looking for a new director of finance. And I think I've left out at least one other person. That we're
legal counsel.
And we're going to be looking for a new head of our legal department. So Mel, let's just say Mel has a lot on his plate, and policing is way up there in terms of importance. I just want to mention a couple of things, which I hope will be helpful in this search. And I'm looking down because I'm just trying to fill something in the chat box here for everybody. I have found two recent examples of very helpful information on some of these issues. And one is the Mass Municipal, the recent Mass Municipal Association bulletin called The Beacon, that featured, among other things, a link to a video of a presentation that was done recently by the retired police chief from Arlington, but also a bunch of other folks as well. And it was a presentation that included an overview of the very, very tough circumstances right now for any communities trying to find police chiefs. Police chiefs are in high demand. There's lots of openings, and there is a short supply. And it comes at a crucial time where policing is changing. So I found that panel helpful, and I hope people get a chance to reference it. I put the link in the chat box. The other thing I have found very helpful is there's a fellow by the name of Jim Jordan, used to be the spokesperson for the Boston Police Department years ago, and he writes with some frequency for what's called Commonwealth Magazine. And he has published, if you search Jim Jordan, Commonwealth Magazine, you'll find all of the articles that he has written sort of gathered on one page. And there's one in particular that I'm putting a link to in the chat box that is sort of an overview of the challenges facing police departments in the post-George Floyd era. And so I put that in the chat box as well. I think it'll give people a handle on the issues that we need to cope with, deal with, recognize when we go out looking for a new chief. Real quick, three things I'm going to enumerate. One, I think the new chief has got to be in step with moving away from civil service. Two, I think that the chief has got to be in step with our desire for a more diverse, more inclusive, younger police department that is geared towards the challenges of the future and not looking to the past. And three, I think our next police chief has to be able to think outside the box, because there's all kinds of things. I got an email to just this past week about the design that was chosen for the municipal police cars it's one that sort of is used in a lot of communities now. It's a change in the sort of color presentation and in terms of the decaling and so on. And this person said, it's not right. It's wrong. It has made our police cars seem less friendly than they used to seem. And I thought, you got to think about even stuff like that today. You've got to think about the uniforms. You've got to think about all kinds of issues in terms of interactions between the police and the community. You even have to think about, did we make our police cars look like, basically prowl cars that are kind of threatening to people? And that might sound like a, trivial issue, but it's really not. And it's one of those things that I think a new police chief who thinks outside of the box might help us with.
Thank you, John.
Raul.
Yeah, I don't know that I've heard anything from my colleagues so far that I disagree with here. I think these are all important considerations. I would add too, I know you mentioned the pool last time around was diverse. I would expect that it would be this time around too. I'm keeping in mind, in my own mind at least, the Rooney Rule, the NFL's Rooney Rule, which is no coaching search can be considered complete unless a person of color is interviewed for the position. And I would certainly want to make sure that that's the case as we move forward. It's as we work hopefully to transition outside of civil service, one of the areas where we do have some latitude is at the very highest levels of the police department in terms of seeking out and finding who we think are the best people for the job, not just the folks that tested best on an exam that we as a community have not agreed has validity. So I'm very excited about this open process. Very excited about the I know there's sort of community involvement is part of the process every year. But I really appreciate, Mel, what you're saying about having sort of an even more robust community engaged process as we sort of think about who we're looking for, and really to inform this group that's going to inform you about what it is that the community wants in this election. I think that's so important. And you certainly have my commitment to reach out and talk to people and hear from a wide variety of people about what it is that they're looking for. So sounds like a smart approach. I'm wondering, do you have, and I know that this is always an open question, a sense of the timeline on something like this, usually, and with the understanding that my colleague John mentioned about the multiple searches going on at the same time. I know your bandwidth is going to be limited here, but about when you think we might expect to at least be at the interview process. We can't really say when someone would be installed, right?
Well, I think the first step is to hire the consultant, because the consultant will drive a lot of the process and the timing. And so, I have a draft of an RFP. I wanted to talk with you all before issuing that. That will be issued probably by the end of this week. Within, I would say 3 to 4 weeks, we'd have a consultant in place and then be able to really identify a process. I will tell you that I think some of you have said, we've got to make sure we're recruiting for the right person. And so we can't do it too quickly, because I think we need to make sure that the recruitment materials, the efforts are seeking the right kind of candidate. And so that's going to take a little bit of time. I don't want to put dates on it right now. Let me get back to you on that.
That's fair.
Bernard.
Yeah, I guess, my thought is that while we never want to expect that the status quo will be what we end out with, we also should not assume that our department is totally broken down in every area, and then try to fix it, which means, which would be sort of like something that was popular in the 1980s. If it ain't broken, break it. So, we need to get, new ideas, but we shouldn't go in with the assumption that, we're going to come out with something that is in every way completely different from what we have today. The police reform bill that was passed here in Massachusetts gives us a lot of parameters, but much of what's in many of the things in that reform bill we've already been doing. So let's look for new ideas, not just break up the system and come up with something new that we don't really know is going to work. So.
Any other comments? You do have your work cut out for you, Mel. So, Godspeed.
Very important. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments, we can move to, I believe, a transportation board interview. Melissa Voigt or Vote, please correct me.
Yes, hi, can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
All right, great. Yeah, hi, my name is Marissa Vogt. That's how you pronounce it. And I am applying to be on the transportation board. I've been a Brookline resident for 7 years. And in my day job, I'm a planetary space physicist at Boston University. I've been a town meeting member and a member of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee since last year. And on the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, I helped lead an analysis of several thousand unshoveled icy sidewalk complaints and draft a memo to the transportation board with recommended actions. I don't own a car, and I'm typically walking around Brookline pushing a double stroller, so I'm keenly aware of some of the issues that we have for pedestrians. So my motivation for applying to the transportation board is twofold. First is that in the same way that we have budget priorities, I think that we need to make sure that our transportation policies about the public way, whether related to space usage or repair priority, should prioritize non-private vehicle usage. When I'm walking around Brookline, I'm typically reminded of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where there's an alien who mistook the dominant form of life on the Earth as cars and named himself Board Prefect. And I kind of wonder, would we pass that test here? Do we prioritize cars too much here in Brookline? And then also, I'm interested in approaching transportation with social justice and equity issues in mind. Just making sure that our parking and transportation policies make sure that we're addressing the needs of our low-income residents. And I feel very passionately about making sure our public way is used in an accessible and equitable fashion. And I'd like to see Brookline continue to expand our efforts. And that being said, I just want to mention that I have noticed that a lot of the transportation board actions are passed unanimously. And I know that even though I think I would be a very strong advocate for pedestrian and non-vehicle needs, I just want to reassure you that I understand that that these are really complicated issues and there are competing valid interests. And I would approach all discussions, with an open mind and be respectful of my fellow board members. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for being so succinct. Any questions? Miriam.
This is pretty much the question I've asked every single person who applied for the Transportation Commission. So what are your thoughts on complete streets?
I think it's a great idea. And I think the question is how are we implementing it? And does it really go far enough? I think maybe the idea that we're calling it complete streets automatically shows us that we're talking about streets as a roadway for cars, and then we're adding in some pedestrian or cycling or other infrastructure, and maybe we're prioritizing the street part of the public way too much rather than the bicycle lane, the sidewalks. But I think the complete streets is a great start, and maybe it just doesn't go far enough.
Any other questions, John? You're muted.
Frustrated, sorry. Hi, Marissa. Welcome to this interview, and by no means to these kinds of gatherings. Marissa's been very active at the town meeting, and like me, she has a slight Twitter addiction, so we have something in common there. On the subject of the use of the streets and the question of pedestrian use versus bike use versus car use. I just wonder if you would comment on whether part of the problem is that historically a lot of our streetways are narrow. There really isn't that much room. And this forces us into some pretty hard choices. And one of the issues that sometimes comes up is we might be able to get more into our streetways if more of them were one way and you only needed one lane for cars, and then you could use some of the extra space for the bike space and the pedestrian space. Do you have anything to offer on the question of additional one-way travel in Brookline?
I mean, I think it would probably depend on where, if you were talking about creating a one-way area instead of two-way traffic, some places with the traffic flow, it wouldn't make sense. But yeah, I mean, we do have narrow streets. I lived in London for 2 years, and the streets there can be even narrower. It's an even older area, and they still seem to make it work with transit and pedestrians and cars. And yeah, I mean, we need to make sure that we're using the public way, that we're sharing the public way.
I hear you. Thank you. Of course, London has actually, created these zones that beyond which cars can't enter. So I don't know if Brookline should ever do that, but we probably need to be open to all ideas at this point.
Yes, congestion pricing would in the Boston area. I know lots of people are talking about that, and I think that'd be a great thing for the transportation board to discuss.
Any other questions by board members? Thank you so much. We will be making a decision soon because I think they meet again in September.
Thank you.
So have a very good night. So next on our program is a discussion update on the American Rescue funds. Mel or Melissa?
Yeah, I think I will start with some general comments, and then Melissa would like to show you a little demonstration of our app, our internet area that we're going to identify all the information for the ARP. But let me just say we're getting closer. I know it's taken a long time. We still haven't received the final guidance from the U.S. Treasury Department, but we're advised it's coming soon. And over the interim period, we kind of work together to try to get a good understanding of where this grant's going to be. And I think we're getting there, and I feel pretty comfortable. So as I said tonight, Melissa wants to show you the app that is established from our budget system, which is called
OpenGov.
OpenGov. I got OneDrive and OpenGov on my head. And this is a really, I think, an essential app. It puts all of the information about the ARP in one place, accessible to all. And it includes also the actual application forms and all of that material. And it will be used really, I think, as a great way to document what's going on. And of course, we're obligated to do reporting and auditing by the federal government as well. So it's really important that we have a tool that integrates all of that material. But I think just as important this evening is I really do believe the board needs to engage more in the community. Right now, you're getting people coming to you saying, we got a great idea, a program, let's fund it. And, I think we need to make some basic decisions. And I really do see the select board as the decision maker in the allocation of the funds in this grant. But I think we have to say, for example, are we going to to allocate certain amounts of money to certain groups? Is this going to be first come, first serve? Are we going to consider projects without understanding, what other projects may be in line? So I think it's really important that the board start to engage with its community. I'm going to suggest that you have a separate public hearing for that purpose. You're going to hear from some folks who've developed a white paper with some of their ideas about how they can do the public engagement. But for example, I think the board needs to understand we're proposing, we have a rolling application process that, but we got to make sure that we're not just taking projects out of order and approving them. I mean, we only have so much money. We have a lot of money to expend, but it's only, it's limited, and we want to make sure that we're spending it the proper way. So I am going to encourage the board, after you listen to this presentation this evening and hear from some of the folks who proposed the white paper, is to really figure out how to establish some of these priorities and some of the rules of engagement with this grant. So Melissa, if you could help the board understand about this budget app, please.
Sure. So this is a website we're going to be launching probably tomorrow. Just doing some last minute cleanup with our consultants, but it's pretty much ready to go, and we'll be continuing to tweak it as we go along as well. So I'm just gonna show it to you. I'm in private mode only because I'm also logged into OpenGov, and I don't want it to be confused about me trying to access the story. So this is our story for American Rescue Plan funding. So the web pages through OpenGov are called stories. So we have our budget story, we have our reopening story, and this is our federal ARPA money story, if you will. So we've got some introductory information. A lot of this is we've already covered at the board level about what the package is. This shows what our current funding is, what we've received to date, and what potentially could come from Norfolk County. And then we have some additional information around the overall uses of the funds. And then this particular piece of the website, I think, is a new tool that we're using. It's called Open Town Hall. And so this feature, this is just one element of Open Town Hall. And so this is a way to get kind of additional feedback and engagement. So the way that I'm looking at this piece is that we would be, this would be for people that maybe you can't come to a public hearing, but you want to let the town know how you think the funds should be spent. And you'd click on these boxes, and you would just basically, go through a little exercise. If you had $100, how would you spend this money? And so we've got all the categories for eligible use here, and then you'd click in. And then we also have this free form here where you could add additional information. And so there are analytics on the back end of this that then we could use to pull that, so we could see kind of like a cloud story of what terms people are using in this open statement and other information. At this point, this particular tool, we're not asking for anyone to do any kind of sign up, so it's just kind of going to be open. We'll see if that's sustainable. If we're getting a lot of things that are not useful, we may want people to register. And if we did have that requirement, we'd actually be able to have a better sense of where these requests are coming from and where people are actually filling out this exercise. And this is this doesn't commit anyone to this is my priority, but it basically is just a way of getting a general pulse, and this is different from the actual applications. So once we launch our applications portal, we're going to be tracking them. This would have been a nice little bar chart here that would show the requests as they're coming in. Obviously, we've got some test data in our in the module that we're cleaning out tomorrow. But once people start submitting actual requests, this will start to populate. And then once we have approvals, this will be a second bar chart that will show the money going out the door, the money that's been approved. We're creating a repository for all the information that we have, whether it be some, just general overview information from our professional associations, and then some of the presentations that Mel and I have done on this. I actually, on Friday, was at the League of Women Voter Friday Conversations, giving the same presentation that I gave the board on July 6th. But they did ask me to come back because there are a lot of people that are interested in learning a little bit more about OpenGov. So I said to Betsy, I said, let me bring Justin back with me, and he and I will do a little tutorial for people that are interested, and would probably record something else that we could put on this website as well. So this link here at the very bottom is our Brookline ARP request portal. And so this will actually open up a form that you can use to apply online. And so you would need to register. I have a login. I'm not going to go through the whole process of logging in, but you would need to create an account where you would then log in and then submit your request and additional information about grant requirements and things like that. So, within the next day or so, we are going to put out a press release so that people understand where this website can be found. We'll have some prominence on the town webpage. But Mel's right. We are still looking for, additional guidance. And, I just want to call up the milestone sheet that we had presented in our presentation from a couple of weeks ago. We're kind of right where we said we were going to be in August, where we've started some education and outreach. The portal is just about ready to launch. And then, hopefully we'll have some preliminary requests that we can look at within the next month or so. But I think that, I know that there are other people that are looking to, understand a little bit more about how to submit projects. I was at a school committee meeting today where there were some questions about, can we use this for geothermal? It's a great project, but then they were like, well, wait, maybe we should look at our overall priorities and see if that still fits in. And so, that's kind of the exercise that a lot of people are going to need to do, because even though 32 million is a substantial amount of money, it can go pretty fast given all the demands on it. So I'll just leave it at that for the board to, have a little discussion.
That's really.
Oh, Mel.
I just wanted to add one more thing. I know that at times there are complaints about, having to access a town website or fill out forms electronically and so on. And I think in this case, I think it's really essential to have a tool like this to be transparent, consistent across all things. And frankly, we have to get robust applications. If we're going to be able to approve applications based on the kind of information that we know we're going to have to report back to the U.S. Treasury, it has to be thorough. It has to meet all the requirements. And so I think we're going to be tough on that. I just want you to know. We hope we get a lot of requests, but they're going to have to be well thought out and documented. And we think this tool is the best way to do that for a lot of reasons.
All right, my connection dropped. Miriam.
I have to say, I love this tool. I mean, to me, I agree. I think you have to have, this has to be electronic, I think. But the way it looks, it has an easy look to it. It's not intimidating. I think sometimes when you're asking these questions, it can be kind of overwhelming to somebody in the community. I love how would you spend $100? Like, I just think that's fantastic, because someone can just come on and say, yeah, how would I spend $100 without having to come up with a whole proposal? It gives us a flavor of where people want us to be spending this money. And I think that's really helpful. So kudos, I think it looks great. I can't wait to submit. Can I submit my own? I know, probably can't, conflict of interest, but I can't wait to read what everyone else submits.
John.
Yeah, I also want to say, I think the tool is great. I think the process of gathering information from the community, I think we're going to hear about a proposal to have the Brookline Foundation serve as kind of a clearinghouse for a lot of proposals from the community. I think that is well worth looking into, and I'm glad to see that proposal come forward. However, I think a couple of points to be made here. We have not yet made clear how we're going to divide this money between municipal purposes and school purposes. And the meeting that Melissa was at, I was at as well. People didn't realize it because I was on the phone and nobody knew who I was. So they kept talking about the person whose number ended in 663. That was me. But they were discussing something really urgent. And it would have helped enormously if we had had a school town partnership meeting a week ago at which they were told, yeah, you're going to get 40% or 50% or whatever percent of the funds, so that they could go ahead with decision-making about something that is actually urgent to, I think they had a deadline of August 12th on the Driscoll project to make a decision. And this is no small decision, whether to go ahead with geothermal for that project. And they were kind of tied up in knots today because there hasn't been a town school partnership meeting. They don't know how much money they're getting. They don't know how soon they're going to be getting it. They don't know how the prioritization of geothermal for Driscoll fits in with other priorities, because it's going to cost more upfront. It's going to pay itself back over time, but it's going to cost more upfront. And we may lose an opportunity here if we don't move quickly. And it's a sizable amount of money we're talking about. And that's just one example. I want to know what priorities Erin Galentine has, and maybe has had for, well over a year or 2 years, because she has such a up close knowledge of the needs of all of our now DPW infrastructure, but before that, our parks and playground and recreation area infrastructure. We don't need to just sort of pretend that the priorities that she has already identified don't exist. The problem was the money. We had the prioritization, we didn't have the money. Now we're getting the money. So let's figure out what's on her wish list and how do we go forward with it, and what deadlines does she have? Because we might need to act soon for her to meet some certain deadlines. Tom Barrasso, our new sustainability director. I told someone in an email today, my #1 priority for use of these funds is going to be anything that addresses climate change. #1. I want to know what Tom Barrasso thinks we should be doing. The school department was also looking at possible expenditure for electric buses. They would be costly, over $200,000 per bus, but they might be worth it. But they might be impeded from making that decision if they aren't clearly confident about how much money they're getting from these funds. So I think the app is great, the process is great, but there's a lot we already know, and much of it is in the hands and in the minds of our department heads. And I want them to speak early, often, and frequently in this process of figuring out how we use this money.
Yeah, John, I think, your response definitely makes me think that a little bit more education is needed, because this is not an unrestricted grant, and there's only a small portion of this grant that will be eligible for broader use. So, not everyone knows that. And I think, trying to make sure that people are aware of what the rules are, what's needed for a submission, what backup you would need, and what the annual reporting requirements would be for the life of the grant are extremely important, because, a project might be worthy, but if there's no structure in place to actually adhere to the grant requirements, we might be setting ourselves up for failure, and I would hate to see that.
Exactly.
Any other comments, Raul?
Just a couple thoughts. One was on the sort of the categories of how would you spend $100. I know that support for businesses and small businesses is part of the guidance, but I don't know that I saw it on the list, but it was also moving back and forth pretty fast. So maybe I missed it.
It's under negative impacts, but if there are other categories that are kind of explicit in the guidance that you'd like to see in a drop down, I can add that, no problem.
Okay, great. Do you mean am I able to click on negative impacts and it'll say that? Okay.
There'll be more. So they basically kind of grab some verbiage from the guidance, and we tweaked a few things, but I mean, we can definitely edit it.
All right, that's super helpful. That actually that makes sense. Yeah, for me, I'll just say what I'm looking for is for these funds to be used in a transformative way. And that's not just about climate mitigation, although I think that's important, and I hope we see some projects there. But in particular, I always think about the folks that need it most in our community, and who aren't necessarily always represented in the ways I'd like to see them represented in our budget. We're moving on that. We've got our town BHA working group that's looking at those issues, and I know there are other groups that are looking at issues relative to social services in Brookline. But these are one-time funds. And I would like to be able to say at the end of this process that that we were able to use those funds to transform people's lives in Brookline in a really meaningful way. And I know that that infrastructure is a big part of what this, this is the sort of President Biden's thing around infrastructure. And I think that's important. But at the same time, if, we continue to preference, streets and roads, which I think are important, and roads and walkways, which I think are important over the people in our community, then we're really missing something here. And I'd like to make sure that there are adequate investments, not every dollar. I know we've got to spread this around a bit, but there are adequate investments in the people in our community who need it most. And that I think there's the potential to really use these funds in a truly transformative way that lifts people up in our community. And that's going to be the number one thing I'm thinking of, throughout this whole process.
Miriam.
I agree with what's been said, but I also to me, I think also, and I think Bonnie said it in the chat, I just think we have to remember, and we're going to have to constantly remind ourselves, these are COVID relief funds. So I think we have to always be kind of circling back and thinking about how these funds benefit the community and people that were most affected by the last 18 months COVID pandemic. So, that needs to be our touchstone in this. So I think, like the geothermal, great, that's a great idea. I'm not sure how that relates at all to COVID relief. So I just think we need to make sure that that stays ever present in our thinking about how we want to spend this money.
Any other comments before we hear from David Liscoyer and Naomi Schweitzer, who prepared a white paper on outreach? So Devin, if you could promote David and Naomi. So if you guys just want to kind of describe what went into the thinking behind the white paper and some of the activities that you think would have meaningful impact into getting the word out and to get projects like the projects that have been described by board members, I would appreciate it.
Okay, well, I appreciate the board's willingness to give us some time to speak. We were some time ago already saying this is really an opportunity to begin to address the needs of our members of our community who have been particularly and disproportionately affected by COVID. So I want to circle back, as Miriam was suggesting, to put what we're doing here in actually its perspective, and then offer a couple of principles that I think maybe should be incorporated into the process. Mentions a few suggestions that we came up with in our white paper, and then make a couple of recommendations. So circling back, right now, as COVID deaths, cases, and hospitalizations decline, it feels like after a nationwide hurricanes, howling winds, and flooding. And now, hopefully, the time has to begin removing the plywood, looking outside, assessing the damage, and beginning a restoration. Nevertheless, Delta still threatens more havoc in less vaccinated areas, and again, is hitting low-income and minority households disproportionately. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about coming out of a catastrophe of historic proportions that the country hasn't seen something like this for a century. And well, as with hurricanes and earthquakes and other catastrophes, it's understood that after something of this nature, that the federal government must step in to offer a helping hand. And that's what ARPA is. So we saw ARPA, we wrote an article in the tab, and we put together a white paper. But now the question is, and the board, and you've been struggling, I've been really appreciating hearing the discussion tonight, how to begin. So here are a couple of principles that I think the board should keep in mind and adopt and pursue. And one is that to use a layered, multi-pronged community assessment strategy that will provide the breadth and depth of information needed to inform the town's ARPA plans. A multi-pronged community assessment. I mean, yes, it's important to bring in the heads of departments and address the town government's needs, but we need a multi-pronged approach. And for this assessment, as its highest priority and focus, ensure that the assessment takes into account the points of view, lived experience, and recommendations of the most impacted and those most who directly work with the most impacted, who know most about the situations and how to address them. So we mentioned in our white paper a number of suggestions, partnering with the Brookline Community Foundation, enlisting the support of key organizations and groups, hosting workshops, conducting focus groups, hosting a community charrette or several charrettes, creating a campaign, posting publicly available information about ARPA, and supporting town departments to prioritize projects for ARPA using an equity analysis lens. And some of the things that Melissa's mentioned tonight, I think, are encouraging first step, and we would hope that we can work with the town to further extend that. So here are the recommendations. First, an assessment is an essential first step. Then and only then will the town administrator and the select board be properly prepared and positioned to make sound, comprehensive, balanced, broad-based judgments on priorities and allocations. This will require quickly bringing on an outside, trusted, and respected Brookline partner, such as the Brookline Community Foundation. Existing staff is not sufficient and time is short. We need help coming from established nonprofit agencies in the community to broaden the perspective and bring in other facets that are not so apparent maybe from Town Hall itself. And second, tonight is too soon to discuss priorities and proposed allocations. Until the community assessment has been performed, such discussion just doesn't make much sense, at least to me. It's like trying to run before having learned to walk. So I'm really urging caution about jumping already into things like the geothermal Driscoll that I could tell you something about because I did serve until recently on that committee. And be sure that we're focusing on the things that are pertaining to COVID, restoring and recovering from COVID, and being sure that the people that were the most affected are heard from, and that those who work directly with them can really assist, and the Brookline Community Foundation can assist in bringing this about. Thank you very much. I'll be happy to answer questions after we're done.
Great. Naomi, did you have some thoughts?
Yes, thanks, Heather, and thank you, David, and thanks everyone for allowing us time tonight. I think just building on some of what David was saying, and some of you have also said, is the thought around setting up a community engagement process that really makes sure we put front and center the folks who have been living the most difficult aspects of COVID. So really focusing on our neighbors and residents who are low income, our communities of color, to make sure that we're hearing from them what they have been going through and what they see is most needed to help recover from this extended disaster and what looks to be more continued disaster with the Delta. So working with our trusted community nonprofit partners to help get that feedback, both from the nonprofits, but also directly from our residents who are in those groups. And I think, as we're all aware, access is challenging, and our government processes are not always easy, even though they're publicly available for people to access for a variety of reasons. And those can include lack of internet access, access to a computer or a device, unpredictable work schedules and work hours outside of typical business hours, lack of childcare, accessibility issues related to disability or health needs, language barriers, and sometimes just a lack of understanding of how to onboard onto our government processes, or a mistrust of government generally that may not necessarily be specifically about the town of Brookline, but just generally. And so how can we bring those voices to the table and make sure that we're hearing from them, how they've been impacted and how they think the funds should best be used? And to reach those groups, it takes extra effort and a different approach than what we normally do. And so I think that's why you're hearing David saying, and I'm saying, and the Community Foundation has indicated their support and willingness to help partner with the town to help create this process, and to do it in an urgent but thoughtful process. I think we're all very aware of the expenditure deadlines, but from an equity perspective, it's important that we make sure that we slow down enough to make sure that we have critical voices at the table. And that's the folks that are most impacted, which is where the Treasury and where the legislation wants this funding to really be targeted to. And I think, just building off of something that Raul said, but also one of the slides that Melissa had in her presentation at the last meeting, and also at the League of Women Voter presentation. Melissa, you have a slide that has a rocket ship on it, and it talks about transformation. And I really think this is what this is about, right? We can be transformative, right, with the funds, but we can also be transformative in the process, right, of how we get input on the funds. And this is an opportunity to be joyful as a community together. Like, we just got $32 million that we didn't expect to have. Yes, and there are lots of needs, but this is a chance to really display and live out some of the values that we've been talking about. And so I love that slide, because it's like, we can do this. We have this opportunity, and we have community partners that are willing to step up and help with the process to make sure that we're bringing all the voices to the table around how the funds should be spent.
Thank you. Mel or Melissa, I'm sure you've contemplated how you're going to roll this out. Do you want to respond?
Well, actually, we think it's really the board's responsibility, and would very much help us to lead, an effort, perhaps, using a partner like the Community Foundation. We've got to start somewhere. And I think the suggestions in the white paper are great. And I would like to, no later than August 31st, have the board, be in a position of convening something, at least to start. So I don't know. This is always our challenge, I think, in this community, is how to get the word out, how to engage people who may not be our normal contributors. And I think the point of sort of waiting and making sure we've heard from people, so that we don't spend all the money that's available before we hear that. But I don't have any specific thoughts. I mean, my recommendation would be for the board to convene a public hearing at the minimum, and then maybe identify some of these other ideas that it can pursue.
Okay. I know I wanted to see us convene something very much like our climate summit that we had a couple summers ago. That seemed to be very successful. So I saw John raise his hand, and then Bernard, I see your hand up. So John first, and then Bernard.
Thanks again. I do want to dispel as best I can a little bit of a misconception, which I think I heard voiced tonight. And it sort of takes the form of what does this or what does that have to do with COVID relief? And so I want to go back to what is the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. You could sum it up. You could add some stuff to this if you wish, but let's talk about three aims of the ARPA Act. One is, as people have asked, COVID relief, respond to the COVID public health emergency and its negative economic impacts. So people who are out of work need COVID relief. People who are making less today than they made before COVID, they need economic relief. And some of the things that I'm talking about as being priorities of department heads bring COVID relief to those very people. Very importantly, so does addressing climate change. And I was a little surprised, I admit, to hear the suggestion that a measure that addresses climate change might not have anything to do with providing relief for low-income communities. I think it's pretty well known that climate change has had its worst effects in low-income communities. Anything that is done that addresses climate change, if it is effective in addressing climate change, is going to be effective in reducing the impact that falls most heavily on low-income communities. So let's not, write off climate change as having nothing to do with providing relief to low-income communities. So that's one part of the ARPA Act. There's also, and this is quite specific, providing funds for missed investments, stemming from lost revenues because of the pandemic. Brookline has lost revenues as a result of the pandemic. Those revenues, some of them, would have gone towards addressing urgent items in our capital planning process. It's perfectly appropriate to use these COVID relief funds to catch up with projects that don't have the funding they would have had if we hadn't had our revenue impacts from COVID. That's two. And number three is an emphasis on shovel-ready projects. So anything that has already been contemplated and already been planned and already has, other funding sources and already has a timetable and already has people, who are in an official capacity and expert capacity who have drawn up plans. We would do this and we would be able to do it on day one if we just had the money. That's also a part of what ARPA is all about. So I do think the kinds of things I suggested coming from department heads are right on target with what ARPA is all about.
Bernard.
Yeah, I guess John touched on some things I was going to talk about, although in a different way. One question I have is the white paper puts a huge burden on the Brookline Community Foundation, which has capacity to do a lot of things. I wonder though, has there been any evaluation of their capacity to do the type of civic engagement that is talked about there? And it's not that suggesting that we shouldn't work with them, but it may require some additional assistance from someone and maybe the town so they have the capacity to actually do this.
So we did try to invite Giselle to this meeting to speak on their behalf. She is unfortunately away on vacation. Good for her. So Naomi sent me her response to the invitation, and it says, while I cannot attend the Wi-Fi is really spotty where I am, I do want to share that BCF is interested in supporting the plan, from helping to co-design and execute to possibly even playing a knowledge management role and rolling it up into some kind of summary report. So I'm sure that we will reach out to her and try to figure out what role they can play to support. Bernard, were you finished?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out as something that we should to look at and see if we need to find some resources to, do some capacity building if that's necessary.
Okay, Miriam.
I'm just gonna, support working with them. I think it's a great idea. I think, again, it's a little out of the box. It's something we haven't typically done. It's a good way to get our fingers into the community, into reaching into households that we typically, I think, struggle to reach into. I just would, I would want to hear Melissa's thoughts on it, since she's done a lot of work on this already. And I would love to see how we could all be integrated. Because again, I think that's just more community. Like, this is one of those things where more is good. It's not always the case, but in this case, more is good. And it's just another way for us to do community engagement, which, I think also reaches out to groups of people we're not typically doing.
Melissa, did you want to weigh in, or?
I mean, I think we have our existing processes that provide a certain level of engagement, but there are other avenues that we definitely should tap into. So I think we're open to that. I mean, these League of Women Voter Friday conversations are actually quite nice. So, and I got invited back to do another one. So, those kinds of things, they require coordination. And, Betsy and Ernie do a great job kind of setting everything up and initiating that. So if we had, another entity kind of helping with that same kind of outreach, I think that would be great.
Excellent. Raul.
Yeah, I'll just support what Miriam said, and also to say, the BCF has just been a phenomenal partner, and we've had conversations where we say we've got to be honest about what we're good at, and where we could use some additional support. And even as we sort of build our capacity for community engagement, we're still in that place where we need additional support. And I think we all know that. And so I think they're a great partner. We work well with them. I'd love to see a little bit more detail about what that might look like. They also, I really appreciate, are well connected to, this is something I think David said in his comments, a lot of the social service groups in Brookline that we certainly want to hear from. It's certainly no substitute for hearing directly from people most impacted by COVID, but also all of the inequities that COVID laid bare. But having those voices at the table, and the BCF as a regular convener of those folks, I think can only be helpful as we start to think through how we prioritize these funds.
Okay, my own thoughts. So I said my piece about the summit that I think would be very, very useful. I was so surprised how well attended it was a couple years ago. I'd love to do something like that again, but COVID. So it will be with many challenges, especially if we decide to do it within the school year, because we used a school for that in the past. The other thoughts that I had, so my day job, I assist communities in all sorts of ways, and we had to roll out a survey fairly recently, and some of the best ways that we got participation was to create a QR code and to just basically put it everywhere. So we've got this new online tool. We could easily create a QR code. What I think we need to come up with as a board is the parameters of what we're looking for. So what can people spend this money on? Just a few bullet points so that people get a flavor. And then I think we need to target some places and to actually post flyers. They're surprisingly effective. So I would recommend that as a way to try to get community engagement. So the in-person event, supplemented by, really just flyering, I think we'll get more participation than we usually get. When are the first few deadlines? Because I've participated in a couple of webinars and I've been really shocked that some of the preliminary deadlines are like October 15th.
So August 31st is our first deadline. That's our first reporting requirement. And then it will be quarterly after that. And, we've been talking with other communities, we're all kind of in the same boat in terms of trying to figure out what the right approach should be.
Okay. I also think that we should convene the town school partnership fairly soon so that we can start to talk about some of the issues that have been raised by select board members here tonight. We do need to have an idea of the magnitude of what they're supposed to get, or maybe even the parameters of how to spend the money.
Well, I think, that's part of the issue too, is that, the revenue replacement category is broad, but we don't have the full picture because we're measuring it over 4 points of time. So we only know the 2020 loss. So if we don't allocate this in the right way, we lose flexibility on the back end. If we kind of say, oh, well, all of this money, instead of going to revenue replacement, should go to, whatever the other initiative is under the other eligible categories. So, there's definitely an urgency to this, but then there's also something to be said for being a little bit, cautious and thoughtful about, the longer term use of the funds.
Yeah. Then the other comment that I have, and I'll recognize you in a moment, Naomi. So Miriam indicated that it would be a conflict of interest for a select board member to submit an application. I don't really see the conflict. Maybe she was joking. But I would like to weigh in. I've been on the board for 4 years. I was in town meeting. I have a couple of projects that I think would qualify and would satisfy what I think the community is looking for us. When do the select board members get to weigh in on projects?
So I think there's a difference between playing with the budget challenge tool. That's kind of there's no commitment there. That's just something that you can do if you want to try and figure out what you would do with the $100 versus submitting an application. And so, the couple of avenues for submitting an application, obviously, we're engaging department heads, asking them to build requests. And then we're also releasing a public portal as well. So, it depends on what your initiative is and whether or not, you'd want to be talking to a department head about those priorities. You're going to be hearing public feedback through your public hearing. That's going to shoot off a whole bunch of other ideas as well. I think it's going to be evolving, and, we're also going to be at the same time having our budget process collide with this as well. So there'll be competing budget priorities that kind of get infused into this conversation as well.
Okay. Naomi?
Thanks, Heather. Just a couple of things related to the foundation. So as Heather shared and the select board, you have an email in your inbox with the stuff that Heather shared with you. I know Giselle is very willing and open to connect. And just a little tidbit, she is on a 2-week vacation, but she's back in Boston on Thursday and Friday and seems open to having meetings then, and she's checking her email. So in terms of maybe trying to connect with her. And then just a couple other things related to the other items that you've all been discussing. One, a big thank you to Melissa and the town staff. Super exciting to see that portal. And one thing, when thinking about surveys and also the applications that might be submitted, if there could be a way to add a few questions to gather demographics so we know who is responding to the survey, so we get a sense what voices we're getting in through those different mechanisms. So as we're doing all the different kinds of community engagement, trying to get a handle on which voices are showing up and which ones might be missing. Thanks.
Raul.
The other thing I'd really like for us to get more clarity on, I think we've maybe at least once before, had talked about this. I don't see anything in the guidance that precludes it, but that is sort of programs that would either seed baby bonds, which are sort of investment accounts for not just babies, potentially young people who live in Brookline, that would earn interest and have greater impact over time, or the endowment of an incubator program or grant program for businesses owned by folks from communities of color, which we know in Brookline and elsewhere were folks of color being among those most impacted by COVID. I really would like for us to be able to consider programs like that allow you to take a dollar, stretch it over time, and make it have much greater impact directly on people's lives. Those are the kinds of things I think we should also be thinking about. I don't see anything in the guidance that precludes it, but maybe we need to sort of maybe ask more directly whether those are investments that we can make with a portion of these funds. So I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, I think, those kinds of programs are definitely something that we should explore. I was listening to a presentation where someone was saying, well, seniors were, they were disproportionately harmed, so we should be able to put funds towards, XYZ. And then the panelists said, well, you'd need a study to document that was true. And then you could then use that as justification behind your program. So, I think, just learning about the rules and the reporting requirements, some of these things we probably, might be eligible, but until we kind of connect with someone that can give us a definitive answer, if it's not explicit in the guidance or very obvious, I think we just are feeling a little cautious about that.
Yeah. And I hear you on sort of having that. The good thing is there's a lot of data about who was directly impacted by COVID. There's no question about that. And we have that data for Brookline as well. I know Dr. Jets presented that before. So I know we have that, and we also, I'm sure, would be able to get the kind of data that would show which businesses, particularly businesses owned by low-income people, immigrants, and folks from communities of color were certainly the most impacted, and were the most shut out also from grant funding at the federal and the state level too. So I'm confident we've got to pull that data together.
Any further discussion before we move on to the Housing Trust Fund request? Mel.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you for the discussion. Thanks to Naomi and David for weighing in, and I think some great ideas there. I think the one thing I want to emphasize is that this is not an opportunity to submit ideas or concepts. It's an opportunity to submit programs that meet the qualifications of a grant, a federal grant that Congress has authorized with a lot of rules and standards. And it's daunting, and in some ways I think it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. And so, we have to develop a system that not only is creative, but also, are real programs that can be evaluated and documented as to being eligible under the guidelines. But looking forward to, I want to talk to Giselle Wigwell myself, talk a little bit about her. I haven't talked to her about this at all. I do have a good relationship with her and the foundation, however. The other thing I want to mention is on our revised agenda, there is a discussion about getting authorization from the board to hire basically a grants and budget analyst. And, we have a rule in this town that requires the select board to authorize positions before we fill them. And so sometimes that takes a while. We want to get on your radar screen to do that. On the other hand, we're concerned. We hear you tonight that, we need to take some time, which we think so, but we also are going to have to hit the road running. And one of the things we've identified a need for is a dedicated person to manage the grants, to manage the actual grant guidelines and the accounting of the grants. And so at some point, we'll make a funding request for you, but at least we would like your authorization this evening to move forward with that. It will come back to you in terms of a specific funding request. But I think we're also going to have other requests like this. Pretty soon school's going to start up. I'm assuming we're going to have testing for our students and teachers and staff like we did last year. There's no more COVID relief fund. This is it. So I agree that it's not all COVID, but a good portion of this, we are going to need some funding ongoing to deal with issues related to COVID, to provide personal protective equipment and other things. And so we'll be bringing those to your attention. Those may not be able to wait for a full process. I think they're relatively small expenditures, but I just did want to put that on your radar screen, and also hope to get some authorization to move forward, at least for advertising for this position this evening.
So David, make it very quick, and then
just a quick response to Mel. I think that Mel has put his finger on a very important concern, and one of the things that we were very much focused on in writing our white paper. There are a lot of requirements, rules, and hoops that anyone who's going to apply for these funds is going to have to go through. And that's why, particularly for the agencies and programs that we're looking to be sure become part of the plan, that there is something like the Brookline Community Foundation to work with them and to help them to get their applications together and meet all the requirements for funding. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to be meeting with Gazelle, and the best of encouragement to find a meeting of minds and to bring back a recommendation to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. So how do other board members feel about authorizing this position? I'm willing to move the language. We will have to come back to it when Mel asks for funding. Is everyone okay with that?
Well, as long as we get some more detail when they come back for funding, I'm okay with it. But you know, there's a lot of details we need to know about. I mean, it's generally a good idea, but you know, the devil's in the details.
Well, I agree. Will tell you that we're going to need some staff to help manage this grant. $32 million, a lot of money. We don't have the capacity to do that.
Okay, so I will move approval of the authorization to hire request for a budget analyst grant administrator in the select board office. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much for your work on this. So next up, I believe we have a presentation and a request from the Housing Trust Fund, Roger Blood and Michael Alperin, and possibly Virginia Bullock.
Good evening. Very interesting discussion that you've just completed. We'll be back at the right time advocating for affordable housing having a role in the ARPA grants. I'm Roger Blood, chair of the HAB. I'll be very brief. I know you've had a long evening. The Housing Advisory Board completed its due diligence regarding the Brookline Housing Authority's request for $6.525 million from the town's housing trust to develop a $67 million project at 32 Marion Street, known as the Colonel Floyd Project. The HAB, in completing its due diligence, voted unanimously on July 21st to recommend that the Select Board approve a conditional commitment letter for the $6.5 million timely, so that the Housing Authority can complete its pre-application request for critical state and federal affordable housing tax credit funding. Michael Alperin's on tap to describe a little bit further for you the Housing Authority's plans for this project. The Housing Advisory Board has been meeting periodically with the BHA's leadership and development team since actually early in 2020. You'll recall that town meeting expressed a strong support for the use of the Well Tower Newbury College inclusionary zoning affordable housing resources be directed towards this worthwhile project on Marion Street. And so we've been working with the Housing Authority regularly since early 2020 as this proposal has ripened into a very promising development. We had expressed a desire that the funds produce at least 100 affordable units, and are very pleased to see, and you'll hear more from Michael in a moment, that the project is going to entail 115 affordable units for very low and senior and housing recipients. So without further ado, I'll introduce Michael Alperin to give you a little bit further insight in support for this request for your approval of these funds from the Housing Trust.
Thanks, Roger. And I too will be brief, as I know we've discussed this project with the Select Board before in the context of home rule petitions and other ways that the town has been supportive. So thank you again for continuing to consider and support this project, which will create 115 new state-of-the-art affordable units for seniors at 32 Marion Street and disabled persons at 32 Marion Street in the Coolidge Corner neighborhood. I'm going to share my screen if it works. And I apologize, I'm pinch hitting for our redevelopment director, Maria Maffei, who's on vacation like Giselle this week. So I'm the pinch hitter to just walk through some updates on the project. The Colonel Floyd project, as Roger mentioned, consists of demolishing the obsolete 60 units of public housing at Colonel Floyd today and redeveloping 115 new units in an elevator building with on-site services, community rooms, a large outdoor common space. All of the units will be one-bedroom apartments. They will be larger than the existing apartments at about 600 square feet on average, compared to about 400 square feet today. And we are utilizing HUD's Section 18 disposition program, which will provide project-based vouchers ultimately for the project and tenant protection vouchers for all of the existing residents. What that means is we are, through HUD, able to bring in a federal resource for the existing 60 units, and the Housing Authority will be project basing an additional 55 units to provide rental subsidy so that all 100 units will be affordable to households earning up to 50% of median income in the town. Just to orient everyone, this is the existing Colonel Floyd site. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but Marion Street is in the foreground of the picture. Harvard Street is on the left of the picture. Beacon Street would be behind us. This is the proposal for the new site. This is an aerial view. We'll get into some just renderings in a moment. We are proposing a 6-story building. There's a setback from Marion Street so that there's both a drop off with some delivery and temporary parking spaces in the front, as well as a setback of the building so that it reads like a 5-story building on Marion Street with a 6-story setback behind. And 23 surface parking spaces in this lot on the right, a large garden for the residents in the rear of the building. This is a rendering of the front of the building. This facade has slightly changed, and I should caveat everything you're seeing today is still going through the ZBA process. We've had about 4 meetings with the ZBA, so they will be the ultimate determinant of what this project looks like when it gets approved, but we've been working with the peer review architect and the ZBA in a very collaborative manner. So this is the look on Marion Street. Here's a view looking on Marion Street back towards Harvard Street. You can see the building fits in nicely with the existing Marion Street context. Here's a view of the front of the building. So if you're looking directly at it, how the elevations read. Here's a view of the side of the building if you're looking west, almost on, if you're on our Foster Street Extension Road. Here's a view of the rear of the building and the east elevation if you were looking at the side looking east. Finally, there's some other east and southern elevations just based on where you are in the L of the building. So we're really proud of the design and excited about this shovel-ready project. It's getting pretty close. We have a very strong team. You can read the names of who's on our team, but in the interest of time, I'll save it for questions. Again, the project is going to be 100% affordable at 60% AMI for tax credit purposes, but while we have a Section 8 contract in place, all of the units will be affordable at 50% of median income, and residents will pay no more than 30% of their income in a given year in rent. Of the operating subsidy will come through HUD through the project-based Section 8 vouchers. 20% of the units, we're going above and beyond here, are going to be restricted at 30% of median income to try and offer a housing resource for very low income residents in town. And I just want to stress all of the residents currently living at Colonel Floyd will be offered the opportunity to live in the new building. They will receive tenant protection vouchers during the time of demolition and construction of the new building. And we are paying for their moving expenses, their rent while they're relocated, and providing professionals housing opportunities unlimited to help with all of that relocation process, because we've recognized it's very traumatic for residents. In that vein, we've been meeting with residents regularly, just so that everyone is aware on this board. All the residents will have at least 90 days of notice prior to any relocation taking place. We're striving for longer than that, but things do come up at times. And as I just said, we are responsible for making sure that they have a suitable relocation resource, place to live. We pay rent, we pay for moving expenses during that time period, and then residents can come back to the new Colonel Floyd once complete. We've been meeting with residents. This just emphasizes we've had 6 meetings in the past 7 months. We've been meeting with the local neighborhood, and we've been meeting with the ZBA. The feedback from the town has been tremendous about this project. There are a few local abutters who have voiced concerns that we've tried to address as best we can, and we think we're in a really good position to move forward. Finally, this is just a summary of the sources of the project. Apologies, it looks a little blurry, blown up on my screen, but it's a $67 million total development cost, about $584,000 per unit. I think importantly for the town to see, the town's $6.5 million contribution here from the Housing Trust really gets leveraged with state and federal resources that make up about 90% of the funding. And this, compared to some recently funded projects in Boston, is a pretty good deal. Boston, for its new construction deals, is contributing on the order of $100,000 per new construction unit for tax credit projects that were funded in the most recent affordable housing competition round. Here's just a summary of the uses. Most of the cost goes to direct construction. Some goes to soft costs or general development costs like lawyers and financing fees. Some goes to reserves that are required in low-income housing tax credit financed projects. And then finally, there's developer fee and overhead. And I just want to emphasize here that in addition to contributing the Section 8 vouchers I mentioned earlier, the Housing Authority is loaning back a third of its developer fee in this project as well, to help make sources and uses balance and be a partner along with the development. So I don't want anyone to think that there's a close to $6 million developer fee being earned from this project. And I think we're the only developer that would come forward with such a generous proposal from the get-go. Finally, just on timing, as Roger mentioned, it's very important we have this pre-commitment letter to be able to apply in the pre-application to the state this fall. The affordable housing competition will be run sometime in January or February of this year. We would anticipate that we would receive a funding notification if all goes well by summer of next year and close on the project by the end of 2022, at which time we would start demolition and construction, anticipating up to 2 years for the new building to be built and residents to be moved back in. So sometime in early 2025 would be my guess is when most residents are moving into this building. Hopefully that was brief enough, and I'm happy to answer any questions. We're really, really excited and really, really appreciate the town's participation in this project and consideration.
Well, we're very excited by the project. If you wouldn't mind stop sharing, that way I can make sure that I call on anyone who raises their hand. Who wants to go first? Any questions? Miriam, is that a hand?
Yeah, I always love to go first. So first of all, this looks great. I am very excited about it. I was really happy to hear you talk about the process, about what is going to happen with the current residents. That was a big question for me. And I'm just curious as to if you think there are going to be any residents that are going to be a little recalcitrant to moving, and if there's a plan if that happens. And then my second is, because of course we have to ask, we just had this great presentation on pedestrian lighting. So I would love to see this as an opportunity. I mean, I think this was somebody else's idea, so I'm stealing it. But, Raul's made me try to look on his face. But, is this a stage at which we can start thinking about innovation, or are we too late already? Or is that something that could come down the pike? And thank you so much for your work on this, both of you, all of you.
Of course. So first on resident relocation, we've started the process already. So we're down to about 50 residents living at the development today. And we have about 40 of those 50 already signed up on wait lists for other BHA buildings or Section 8 vouchers. So I anticipate most of the residents really want to move sooner than later because the uncertainty is really jarring for seniors in a process like this. The last 10%, the company we hired, HOU, is the best in the business in Boston and really good at reaching out to tenants and making sure that they are helped along in the process. We do everything, like even help people with lease signings. I'm confident that we will make sure everyone knows in a timely manner what their opportunities and options are, and will reach them. And it's not something we anticipate a problem with.
Thank you.
In terms of lighting, I'm not an expert in lighting. In terms of innovative design elements, I think some of those topics are being discussed with the ZBA currently. For this specific project. We are, just to highlight, we are building a passive house standard building as we've discussed with the board. So the building will be all electric and it will be very energy efficient from an insulation perspective. So we have smaller systems than in general. And this building will use very, very little energy at all. And we are planning to have a solar array on the roof. So that we're trying to be thoughtful from a green perspective. We're trying to be thoughtful from a livability perspective for residents. So even though this is seniors, we're planning to have a multi-generational room so grandparents can help watch grandkids and engage with the community more broadly, things of that nature. So I'm happy to, on the side, talk about if there are any other opportunities to be more innovative as well.
Mel has his hand up.
Sure. I have a question. In your memo, Roger and Mike, you referred to the memorandum of agreement reached with Welltower last year. So, my understanding is the town opted to receive cash payments from Welltower as opposed to develop affordable housing units in their development. How exactly are those obligations, how do they relate to the town's commitment of 6.5? I didn't see it explicit in the spreadsheet, and I'm afraid I didn't review the memorandum of agreement before the meeting.
I think Virginia wants to take this one.
Unless you want to, Roger. I'm happy to answer quickly, and then Roger can add, which is, I work very closely with town council and council from the BHA to craft the preliminary letter. The funds are contingent, will be contingent on on the town receiving the funds from Welltower. The way that those funds are structured to come to the town are 50% when they pull their building permit, and then 50% when they pull their C of O. This is a preliminary commitment letter based on, and that's one of the conditions. We will not be closing or writing a permanent commitment letter to this project until we're getting ready to close, which would at the earliest be the end of next year. So at that point, we'll have to work very closely to make sure that the language works so that it's clear that, you know, the town will only be able to be on the hook, assuming that Welltower pays. It's going to be complicated. I'm working closely with Jonathan Simpson on this to make sure that we're not over obligating the town. I don't know if I answered that question or.
Yes, you know, because I mean, first of all, we don't have 6.5 million in the fund, and so.
I'm well aware of that. Yeah.
You know, it's prospective, and but I'm still not clear. So, is the town being asked to fund 6.5 million from its trust fund, in addition to whatever obligation that Welltower has committed to, or is that somehow a part of the same pot of money?
The memorandum of agreement with Welltower doesn't specifically reference the Colonel Floyd project or the BHA, but when it was negotiated and this proposal was brought to town meeting, and town meeting expressed a strong preference to go down this route, it was presented as an earmarking of funds from Welltower's obligation to have an affordable housing contribution. The 6.5 million was the result of extensive negotiations. Then following the town meeting, the Housing Advisory Board, working with the leadership of the Housing Authority, worked up a summary spec sheet to confirm that these earmarked funds would be used in a certain way consistent with what we had told the town meeting when the town meeting approved the memorandum of agreement with Welltower. So it was kind of a two-step process, and the earmarking is the way to look at it. The Welltower funds, 6.5 million, 6.525, are earmarked specifically for the BHA. This was done over a year ago, but BHA has now fully complied with the town's obligation and the HABs to, as the trustees of the fund, to conduct full due diligence at a much greater level of detail that as fiduciaries, that these funds are being used as intended and consistent with the purposes of the trust fund. But it's really a separate path from all of the other funding and all of the other fund balances that are in the trust fund, and they have really no connection to this track for these funds coming from Welltower.
So we anticipate that the Welltower's first payment will happen sometime in the next 3 to 6 months, which would be roughly half of the 6.525, which would be put into the Housing Trust Fund and set aside, sort of earmarked, as Roger said. And then when we get ready to close on a permanent, the financing for the project, we will work with town council to make sure that we don't over obligate the town. And we will be receiving the final payment for that, for the 6.525 upon the C of O. So we'll have to make sure that the payments are, the cash flow works. But it is separate. These funds are separate from the other funds that we currently have in the Housing Trust.
We discussed with Michael even at our most recent meeting, because you're dealing with the timeline of two very different, very large, significant projects in town, that the completion of Well Towers project up at Newbury and the C of O up there will produce that second payment consistent with the needs of the BHA for its funding. And there's no perception of there being any significant risk of those things falling out of whack.
I'll just add, Mel, we are budgeting for the time receipt of these funds accordingly, as Roger just described. So we're financing during the construction period the funds that will come in at a later time period in our development budget. And the only issue that will stay in close communication with the town with is if for some reason Well Tower didn't pull a permit and start building in the next 12 months, let's say, that would cause our project to need to be slowed down to make the construction schedules line up. And this type of financing is regularly done in the city of Boston, and I've been involved in a few deals through their inclusionary development policy where the funds are contingent on C of Os. So it's a regular practice in the affordable housing finance field. I can understand why it's irregular given the funds haven't been received just yet.
Thank you.
Raul.
I just have 3 quick questions. I hope I can get 3 quick answers. One, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, the approach here is to get the commitment on the use of these funds and then to leverage that as part of the overall sort of, project of seeking funds from elsewhere to basically, meet the need to make this project happen. Is that right? So that's why you want us to commit now rather than when the funds come in.
So one of DHCD's criteria is how much local support there is for a project when evaluating funding in the affordable housing competition.
Right. Okay. The second is, I don't know how long these funds are going to sit in the trust fund once we receive them. I just don't know, will those funds earn any interest while they're in there, or does it not matter? Will they be in and out within 30 days?
No, they will not be in and out within 30 days. We're making a preliminary commitment tonight. We won't make a final commitment and close on these funds until they get all their funding from the state and their budget is 100% set. This is pretty standard. This is how we do all of our affordable housing deals. So during that time, between the time that we receive funds from Well Tower and they're needed to be expended on this project, we will be earning interest. Yes.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And then the third question is this it, or will there be another request later on for this project from the HAB?
This is it.
We have no anticipation of another request for this project unless interest rates balloon to 18% or something like that, and we're in a totally different finance world. So we feel very good about our budgets at this time. And feel that we're going to be able to close given everything going on. And I do just want to also mention, because I know it seems like a very large amount of money, we mentioned this to the HAB, simultaneously with this, we have another project to recapitalize the BHA's 50 Pleasant Street project in similar manner. And we're going to be able to do that project without any town funds involved. So I want to make sure the town is aware that we are trying to be a good steward of town funds when we are able to leverage low-income housing tax credits and tax-exempt bonds for projects.
Great. Thanks, Mike.
Any other questions before I move some language to be voted on? Bernard, was that a hand? No? Okay. So I will move the following language. I move approval of a preliminary commitment of $6,525,000 in housing trust funds to support the Brookline Housing Authority's 32 Marion Street project per the memorandum of agreement between the town and Well Tower Inc. voted on by town meeting in June 2020. All those in favor? Bernard?
Heather, it's conditional commitment. You should read the conditions, or they should be part of the record.
Okay.
There's a lot of conditions that are included.
Do you have those handy?
they should have been in the memo that they were in the memo that I sent to Melissa and Mel. I mean, to Devin. I can read them if you, they were part of the packet that I sent.
Okay. I don't have them handy, so if you have them handy. Raul, do you have them handy?
I do, yeah.
Oh, good.
All right, so conditions for this commitment include the following: success in securing a comprehensive permit for the project, success in securing non-town funding sources adequate to develop and finance the project as proposed, establishment of affordability restrictions in perpetuity, and a portion of the funds being available in FY22 and a portion in FY24, subject to development timing and payments by Welltower Inc. per its special permit approval for Balfour at Brookline, a senior living facility being developed pursuant to the special permit issued by the Zoning Board of Appeals on December 18, 2020, and recorded in the Norfolk County Register of Deeds at book 38860, page 52. This conditional commitment will be in effect for a period of 2 years, unless further extended by mutual agreement by both parties. The promissory note will be for a term of not less than 30 years and will be accompanied by a subordinate lien on the subject property. No current payment will be due nor repayment required unless the property ceases to comply with the applicable affordable housing covenants or the borrower otherwise defaults.
Excellent. With those conditions.
Sorry.
No worries. Thank you for saying something so that we didn't have to do it again. Bernard, I see that you are off of mute.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. We're really looking forward to seeing this project progress.
Thank you all.
Excellent. And then the last item on our agenda this evening are appointments. I believe that we will take the PCAC chair vote first. So there are only 5 candidates because there are only 5 people on the committee. And we did call to see who was interested and who has the ability to take on such a responsibility. Linda Roseman's name rose to the top. So I will move Linda Roseman as the chair of the PCAC. Any discussion before we take the vote? Seeing none, that is the motion. Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then lastly, Raul, do you want to describe this appointment?
Sure thing. And Mel, I don't know if you have anything to say about this either, but in the memorandum of agreement for the creation of the Racial Equity Grant Program in tandem with the Brookline Community Foundation, there is a provision that there will be 12 members, 6 from the community. That was during announcements. I talked about, seeking nominations from the community, 3 from the BCF that they would choose, and then 3 from the town of Brookline. That's us. And that the board would decide upon. Specified in there that there'd be a representative from the CDICR, the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. So I worked with Bob Lebson, the chair or the interim chair of that body, to identify someone that might be willing to serve. That person is Grace Watson, who is willing and ready to serve. Folks may know Grace Watson as formerly with the Brookline Housing Authority, a member of the CDICR, a member of Brookline Asian American Family Network, and just an all-around phenomenal person, and who I think will contribute well. And then the other folks that we talked about being part of this were Dr. Lloyd Jeleno. Folks may remember that in the early iteration of the guideline creation around the Racial Equity Fund, the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations led that effort, and we thought it was important to have them represented in this as well. and then submit for your consideration myself as a representative for the select board on this committee.
I would only just say that there is also a requirement that the town make best efforts to have our 3 members identify as persons of color. And so with these 3 nominees, we would meet that obligation.
Great. Thank you both for your work on this. Any other discussion before I move approval? Seeing none, and I know it's getting late, I will move approval of the following town appointees to the Racial Equity Grant Program Committee: Grace Watson, Lloyd Gelano, and Raul Fernandez. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
Raul.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. This, we will be taking a couple of weeks off, and you will see us next Tuesday, August 31st.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everybody.